report focused a lot on the lawsuit and the history of how we got where we are, and that's very relevant background, as well as the legal issues within the lawsuit and what you need to change. My comments are going to focus more on the options that are in front of you. So, two of the options before you today offer solutions that will result in harm to the basin and would undo the years of hard work the GMA put into this allocation ordinance. GMA Proposal 1 is to rescind the entire OPV allocation ordinance. In the middle of an adjudication, to rescind the entire ordinance would cause tremendous harm to the basin. It would rescind the basin protections that this board wisely put in place. Rescinding the ordinance is a drastic solution that will harm the basin, and it's also a critical part of the GSP that your board submitted to the state. And so I'm not sure if that's acceptable to the state to rescind this. I'm not sure if anybody's looked into that. I encourage you strongly not to consider GMA Proposal 1. GMA Proposal 2 is to rescind the Conejo Creek and Santa Clara River flex provisions, the current two flex provisions within the ordinance, and leave the rest of the ordinance as it is. The GMA did so much work thinking through and researching those separate programs to provide our basin partners flexibility in a really difficult water environment. There is no need to undo these programs. There's a current concern that these two programs were intended to offset overpumping at some point in the future, but the return portions were never memorialized. And if you share that concern, there are simple ways to correct this issue without undoing the entire program. Our partners worked very hard with your staff to support these two programs. Those two partners that are the recipients of the flex allocations are bringing in a lot of water into this basin and are doing a lot with conjunctive uses. I encourage you to encourage them to do that and not take away their flex allocations. Now, County Council staff report states that Section 702 of the state statutes that is the issue of the lawsuit provides, quote, the availability of supplemental water to any operator shall not subject that operator to regulations more restrictive than those imposed on other operators, end quote. In the meetings leading up to the adoption of the ordinance, Pleasant Valley, and I believe United, although I'm not certain about that, argued publicly. I know United argued this, I just don't know if it was public or not. They argued, and I'm paraphrasing, that not giving them the flex allocations would be Section 702 violations. In other words, what they were arguing is that they would be punished for having created these conjunctive uses, for bringing in extra water into the basin, and not having pumped the groundwater. Based on this assertion, the court in Oxnard versus GMA may not allow that option that does away with these flex allocations, because the result would be a larger, more encompassing violation of Section 702. If the court does allow for this option, Pleasant Valley and United may sue in a separate lawsuit because just traded in one 702 violation for another. So again, I encourage you not to look at option 2. Of the 4 remaining proposals, chronologically, the GMA's attorneys offered their preferred option 3 first. Again, it's highly likely this option will not satisfy the court's order to correct the deficiencies in its ordinance. The issue centers on the fact that the Santa Clara River Flex program currently requires United to take all the river water available before pumping the basin for the necessary amount not coming through the river. The disparity in this program, if applied to Oxnard, is that SCR water is free and available to United. I'm not talking about their operational costs. I'm saying they're not paying somebody money for that water. Whereas the Cayugas water available to the city is incredibly expensive. At just over $2,000 per acre foot currently, that's with all the costs and fees added, and the price is only going to increase over time. Requiring Cayugas' users to take all the Cayugas water available is an onerous requirement that subjects the Cayugas users to regulations more restrictive than those imposed on other operators. This option, again, trades one Section 702 violation for another Section 702 violation. Also, in the past, Cayugas has never turned off the tap, so to speak. They just impose, Cayugas just impose very harsh regulations and surcharges. So to require that Cayugas users take all the available water effectively doesn't ever allow us to flex. So that surely would not be acceptable to the court. We also note that modeling a program for Cayugas users on the Santa Clara River Flex program is odd because Section 702 is about supplemental water, and the GMA has successfully asserted in a prior lawsuit that the Santa Clara River is not supplemental water, as that term is legally defined. So if that's the position the GMA is taking, we need to understand why it is that you're taking the opposite position of a position that you've legally taken before. So why is option 3 the GMA attorney's preferred opinion when Oxnard has offered appropriate alternatives? So Assistant County Counsel Jason Kanger has told the city representatives, and I'm paraphrasing, that he reads the court's opinion narrowly. That if the GMA does not exactly replicate the existing flex programs, the court would not find the GMA remedied this Section 702 problem. Is that fair? I don't want to miscategorize what you've said.
I would just say that it doesn't necessarily satisfy the court's order.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So if the GMA does insist on such a narrow interpretation of the court order, Oxnard prefers we copy and paste the Conejo Creek program, as we list in Oxnard Proposal 1. That was the next proposal that came up chronologically, rather than the Santa Clara River Flex in GMA's Proposal 3. In other words, if you have to model a program word for word after an existing program, please model it after the Conejo Creek program, which does not have a take requirement. It does not mandate us to take water at $2,000 per acre foot. Our allocation would simply increase in an amount equal to our base period Cayugas deliveries. For Oxnard, that would be an extra 12,600 acre feet per year. And the other Cayugas users would also have an additional amount. And I've distributed for you and have copies available for the public what that would look like in a chart form. We have that visually too, but I'm not sure if we're allowed to show that on the screen. But it's just a plain, currently our allocation is 7,600 and you would add 12,600 on top of that. And by the way, we proved to the court before it determined that the Cayugas water was used instead of pumping groundwater. So I keep hearing again and again that we have not proven that, but we had to prove that in order to win this lawsuit. And it's within all of the court's briefings, it's within the opinion, it's within everything. We had to prove that the Cayugas water was supplemental water as legally defined and that it replaced the groundwater. We would also be okay with taking only 50% of our base period deliveries, which is 6,300 acre feet per year, as in the city's Proposal 2. But of course, that's no longer a narrow reading of the court's opinion, as it varies from the existing flex program. So is a narrow reading of the court's order required? Must the GMA exactly replicate the existing flex programs to satisfy the court? Mr. Kanger's opinion is not explicitly stated in the court order, and the court never ordered the GMA to precisely replicate one of the existing flex programs. In fact, the court didn't take any issue with the two existing flex programs being different from each other, because the court understands, we believe, that these types of flex programs must be different to contend with operational differences among the operators that are subject to these programs. Cayugas water is different from the Santa Clara River water and from the Conejo Creek water. The actual conjunctive use programs are set up differently, and so the program must be set up uniquely to address the Cayugas water. This is the only fair way that will satisfy the court's order. There's nothing in the court's opinion requiring duplication of language from completely different circumstances. The city's goal is to reach a fair and equitable solution that does not cause harm to the basin. Sorry, hold on, I think I jumped around. I lost my place, give me one moment. Sorry. So let's go back to the section 702 once again. The availability of supplemental water to any operator shall not subject that operator to regulations more restrictive than those imposed on other operators. Why is this in the statutes that created the GMA? Is it just an annoying equity provision intended to make groundwater management even harder than it already is? If it were, why doesn't it apply to all the pumpers? Why doesn't it say no operator shall be subject to regulations more restrictive than those imposed on other operators? That's not what the statute says. So the reason for section 702 and its focus on the availability of supplemental water is to allow operators a variety of options in a difficult water environment, including the implementation of conjunctive uses. The idea is if the operator is bringing in other water, he or she should not face negative consequences. This is exactly what United and Pleasant Valley argued before the ordinance was adopted. It does not say all programs on conjunctive use must look identical. The legislature recognized that these programs are very different from each other and focused on the end result of reducing groundwater pumping, and that there shouldn't be negative consequences to utilizing supplemental water. Both the legislature and the court left open wide discretion for the GMA to decide how to reach that fair, fair result, recognizing that different programs would be set up differently. After the GMA provided its proposal 3, modeled after the SCR Flex program, and Oxnard countered it by saying that it's acceptable if there isn't a requirement to take all the Cayugas water. And then after Oxnard also offered its proposal 1, modeled after the Conejo Creek program that doesn't have the take requirement, Kim Loeb raised a legitimate concern, which is that these extra allocations pose a critical addition to the total allocations of the basin. He said as a basin manager that he cannot stand behind proposals that just add on extra allocations. So we heard him and we agree with him. The city's goal is to reach a fair and equitable solution that does not cause harm to the basin. That's not our intent, to harm the basin. So moving away from a narrow interpretation, Oxnard offered our proposal 3, the Cayugas conjunctive use storage account. This allows the Cayugas users to overpump groundwater as long as they offset that amount within 5 years. So if you look at your charts that I've handed to you, I think it's the 3rd chart that shows if we overpump the groundwater, we have 5 years. If in 2024 we overpump the groundwater, we have 5 years to either underpump or use some other water bank if there is another water bank account at that time. For example, for Oxnard, we have the RWPA water, or we could transfer water. We're not paying in cash, we're paying in water, and we've got 5 years to pay it back. So if the city overpumps by 2,000 acre feet in 2025, it has until 2030 to underpump, move water from another storage account, or transfer other water. The net effect to the basin would be zero because whatever the city pumps in its flex allocation would be returned. Staff has also mentioned a couple of times, but I'm not sure the status of this, that this needs to be technically evaluated. I'm not sure what a technical evaluation necessarily means in this context, because I'm not sure what evaluation was done by United and by Pleasant Valley to discern that. But I would encourage that whatever technical evaluation is needed, that we hurry up and begin that process, because as you know, this return is due to the judge in the beginning of April.
Hurrying is critical.
I agree with you, Chair. So the flex programs have to be different yet equitable, and they have to treat each other in a similar manner. And the city's solution is to add a storage account for 10 years. The Cayugas Users Flex program diverges from the other two flex programs, both of which lack offsets. And we're not arguing that we want a program that doesn't have to be offset. We are volunteering to offset that water, meaning return the wet water that we've used. However, in exchange for that, which is a huge benefit to those entities, and in order to create fairness, we've suggested this bank account. The outcome of the city's proposal 3 results in the desired flexibility, but it adds accountability as a basin management tool. We heard Kim when he said that. And it results in an equitable application of the ordinance to different types of operators, and so it would satisfy 702 requirements. Throughout these discussions, the city has and will continue to be focused on finding equitable solutions to achieve our water supply goals, promote good public policy that benefits all stakeholders, and policies that are protective of the basin while advancing the GMA's basin management objectives. We look forward to working with your board and with your staff to arrive at an acceptable agreement that responds to the direction provided by the board. Please direct your staff to keep negotiating on City Proposal 3. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll recess this session to return.
Do we do the
All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's 2 o'clock. We're going to, we'll return from a closed session. We're going to resume the general session and this time invite public comments. Anybody wishing to address the board on matters not otherwise on today's agenda is welcome to come forward and do so now.
Is there anything to report out? Is there anything to report out?
There is not.
You have to tell them that.
Okay. And just to be clear, there was no action taken in closed session that need be reported. We'll move on then to board member comments. Before soliciting other comments from the board, I wanted to announce, I guess, and thank Keely Rojas for all of her service to the board. She's been the clerk of the board for as long as I've been here. Today's her last day. I want you, and she's going to move on to the city of Ventura. And I want to ask all of you to join me in thanking her and wishing her well. Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is my last meeting of my term as a representative for the cities of Camarillo, Moore Park, Port Hueneme, Ventura, and Oxnard. I want to thank my colleagues on this board and the GMA staff and the stakeholders for everyone's hard work these past 2 years. But before I return to being an active advocate, I want to say a few words. Number one, at the end of last year, we heard a lot of negative feedback regarding the GMA staff, both from the board and from the public. Some of those comments were warranted, but the comments revolving leadership are misplaced. Those belong with the GMA board, which means us, the people sitting up here. If staff isn't headed in the right direction, if staff is not guiding stakeholders, if staff isn't moving forward, that's not staff's fault. That's our fault. In the next few months, as staff turns over and as the entity evaluates the staffing situation, I encourage the board members to own all of the negative feedback and try to evaluate how they individually or as a part of a 5-member team can improve in that regard. It's not the county's fault. It's not Mr. Jeff Pratt's fault. It's not Mr. Kem Loeb's fault that this board has spun around and around in circles for years and effectively accomplished nothing in 4 decades. Number two, I recently met with the county CEO and also in a separate, the county council. I asked the county CEO, why is it that the GMA cannot evaluate the executive director, which I had attempted to get on agenda and was unsuccessful? As she pointed out correctly, I think, that there is nothing holding back the GMA from evaluating our director. So I understand the current director is retiring soon, but I recommend as soon as the next director begins, the GMA board determine an annual schedule to evaluate him or her, whomever is picked to be the director, and stick to that. The evaluation should be timely shared each year with the county CEO. I did share this opinion with the incoming representative for the M&I, Mr. Tony Tremblay. Number three, our focus in the GMA needs to be on creating or bringing in new water. New water could be recycled water, as in building Ventura Water Pure, and expanding Oxnard's AWPF, or in bolstering Callegas's efforts to bring in new water from the Met in wet years. Ongoing discussions in that matter are taking place. Most of those efforts will come from the cities and other large water entities like Callegas, United, and Camarosa. We need to be sure the grants are going towards those cities and entities. The GMA finally passes the replenishment fee, which we've talked about for years, to help fund these projects, and we otherwise incentivize projects. The region cannot conserve our way out of the mess we find ourselves in, but the solutions cannot disproportionately fall on the cities. Number four, we need to create new, reliable banking programs in our basin. I understand in the past that there was a problem with conservation credits and the like. The GMA cannot mess up like that again. Trust, once lost, is extremely hard to recover. But we have underground water storage below us. We need to take advantage of this wet winter and other wet years to inject water into the ground or use other water and leave the groundwater in the ground. This will help in droughts. It will help in emergencies, and it fills up our basin, all without the cost of infrastructure. Again, I repeat it, all without the cost of infrastructure. The important piece is setting up an accounting system that we all can trust. I'm going to repeat that. We all can trust. So our investments are properly recorded and remain ours. Other regions do this. We need to figure out if other regions can do it, why can't we? The clock is ticking. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. I want to thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I would like to say thank you to Keely for all your service, and also Bert, I appreciate your representation of the M&I on this board. And then also really appreciate the stormwater capture that is going on. So anything that you have been able to do to capture more water, United, thank you so much. It's extremely important that we're filling up our aquifers as best as we possibly can without as much constraints. So thank you very much.
Any other board member comments? Let's move on then to the consent agenda. Unless somebody has a question or a comment, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll motion to approve.
And is there a second?
I'll second. However, Mr. Chairman, items 3, 4, 5, and 6 on the consent agenda, I was not here for those meetings, and so I would abstain from approval of the minutes for this past meeting.
Are you seconding the motion to approve the consent agenda exclusive of those or exclusive? So then, is there a second to the motion to approve the minutes in 3, 4, 5, and 6?
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I guess we need a roll call.
Chair West?
Yes.
Director Long?
Yes.
Director Berger?
Yes.
Director Perello?
Yes.
Director Borchard?
Yes.
Let's move on then to item number 8. Seven is part of the consent agenda.
Maxwell. I'm with PWA Engineering Services. And this is item 8, which is to authorize the executive officer to execute a project contract for the Fox Canyon component of the SGM Round 1 grants for the Pleasant Valley Basin and Oxnard Subbasin that the agency received, and also to waive minor bid irregularities and approve the plans and specs for the project. Hey, Keely's do you have the slides? Oops. Okay, well, I just messed that up. So the board approved resolutions back in 2022 to enter into, to submit applications to DWR for the SGM Round 1 grants, and those were subsequently awarded to the agency in April 2022 for the total cost of $15.2 million for both grants, so $7.6 million for each grant, one for the Pleasant Valley Basin, the other for the Oxnard Subbasin. The agency was apportioned $2.577 million for the installation of multi-depth and shallow monitoring wells, and that was to fill data gaps in the basins that were identified in our groundwater sustainability plans. For the fiscal year 2023-24 budget, an additional 1.8 million was allocated to supplement the project. And the remaining project funding will be allocated in the 2024-2025 budget, agency budget. Next slide. So the scope of work that our consultant, the agency consultant, Dudek, helped us develop was inclusive of drilling wells, constructing the wells after the drilling occurred, and then development of the monitoring wells. And these were to varied depths, and basically each well was to be, we would have individual wells in each aquifer, in the upper aquifer system, the lower aquifer system. So we would get, the aquifers would be segregated, and we would get discrete information from each aquifer. 5 locations and 10 boreholes were proposed for the nested multi-depth monitoring wells, and those vary from 135 feet below ground surface to 1,300 feet below ground surface. And that's based on the depth of the aquifers, and that was determined based on United modeling. And then there are 4 single completion monitoring wells, and that's to a maximum depth of 100 feet. And there are 2 locations within county area and then 2 within the city limits of Camarillo. Next slide. And so this is a map of showing the locations or our proposed locations. The green and blue dots represent the multi-depth monitoring wells, and those are clustered wells, either of 3 casings or 2 casings. And then the orange locations, the orange dots, are the shallow monitoring wells. And yes, those are single completion or single casing wells. Next slide, please. So in the DWR grant agreements, it stipulates that the agency contracts have to comply with the laws and regulations of the state, which was the State of California Department of General Services State Contracting Manual rules. And in those rules, based upon the project parameters of the cost of the project and the scope of work, the agency pursued an invitation to bid process, and that was administered and issued through PWA Engineering Services. Next slide. So we received 2 bids, and the lowest responsible bidder was Wild Heron Drilling, which is a water well drilling company from Northern California. Their bid was $4.89 million. The bid was less than the agency engineer's estimate of $5.335 million, and that engineer's estimate was actually the agency's consultant Dudek helped us come up with that engineer's estimate. So work is anticipated to commence towards the end of fiscal year 2023-24, hopefully within the next couple months, and then continue into fiscal year 2024-25. The time frame that we're hoping to finish the project in is 6 months. So basically by the end of 2024. Next slide, please. So agency recommendations are to approve the plans and specs, and I know it's a pretty hefty document. It's a very thorough bid spec package that was put together. That's why it was offered as a link instead of, well, as a link online to be viewed. We're also recommending to waive any minor irregularities in the bid, and to authorize the executive officer to enter into contract with Wild Heron Drilling in a contract that's been reviewed and approved by agency council for the project. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Thank you, James. Any questions or comments from the board at this time?
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions. The people that have won the bid, have they assured us that they have all the equipment needed to do the job, including the casing going downhole?
We did. We conferred with the bidder, the responsible bidder, and our consultant, and the agency consultant Dudek to gain assurance and to make sure that they were understanding of the bid spec package and the scope of work.
I'm looking and I may have missed it, but I don't see. Is the casing going to be steel, plastic, stainless? What's the casing going to be?
PVC.
PVC?
Yes, correct.
Will the PVC be manufactured here or is it overseas? So that there's no question, especially the city of Camarillo, one of the MNIs I represent, people concerned about some offshooting of stuff with PVC in the water.
That's a question I would have to I would have to get back to you on.
Okay, please bring that back to the board.
Yes,
That's my other
definitely.
question.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board at this time?
Could you describe what the minor irregularities are?
I thought this question would come up. If agency counsel could maybe help me out with that language, that was language recommended by council.
Yeah, that's standard language, and it allows your board to award the project notwithstanding what are referred to as minor irregularities, misplaced commas, that sort of thing that don't affect the nature of the bid that was submitted. So I don't know that there were any actual irregularities here, but again, that's just standard language.
So we're talking punctuation, not material omissions or,
Correct. Those would be considered non-waivable irregularities, yes.
Follow-up question. Follow-up to Mr. Borchard's question. A minor irregularity, having had an opportunity to work on a drill rig, if there was a cave-in, would that be considered a minor cave irregularity? And if they couldn't pull the drill bits out and they were trapped in the
The
cave bar?
irregularities are in the bid package, not in the performance.
Right, but in minor irregularity, how far do they go? How far, maybe the county council can answer that?
Yes, that's referring to the manner in which the bid is filled out by the contractor. Has he answered all the questions? Do his numbers, if they're bid items within the plans and specifications, are they all filled out? Do they add up to the total that's entered? It does not go to the manner in which the contractor would drill the well.
Okay, so if by chance, God forbid, we don't want it to happen, but it's happened in the past in this county, the well were to have a problem, they cannot complete it, this contract requires them to provide us a well. It's on them to provide us a well.
Correct. Standard specifications, which will be part of the contract, will provide the agency with remedies against the contractor should that occur.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's all.
Actually, to further answer your question, Director, it's in the bid spec package for those sorts of situations. Let's say if there's a borehole cave-in, that it's the contractor's responsibility to fix that problem, to fix the issue, or to clean up or remedy whatever situation they encounter.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any questions or comments from the public on this item? All right, hearing none, let me turn to the board. Is there a motion to approve the recommended action, including approving the plans and specs, waiving minor irregularities, and authorizing the executive officer to award the contract for drilling the monitoring wells to Wild Rose Drilling?
So moved.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second and a roll call.
Chair West,
Yes.
Director Long,
Yes.
Director Berger,
Yes.
Director Perello,
Yes.
Director Borchard.
yes.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 9, an amendment to Dudek's contract.
Thank you, Chair West, board members, Arnie Anselm, staff to the GMA. This is an amendment to our existing contract with Dudek to include preparing amendments to the GSP for the Oxnard Subbasin, Pleasant Valley Basin, and the Las Posas Valley Basin. Okay, so some background. Dudek wrote our GSPs. They were approved by DWR. Following that, we did a solicitation and selected them again to do some technical service contracting to support the GSPs, including the annual reports. That contract was amended in December of 2022 to include ongoing technical support through the end of the fiscal year 24-25, and to include the 5-year GSP evaluations for those 3 basins that are due in December of 2025. Since that contract was amended for the 5-year evaluations, DWR, Department of Water Resources, provided new guidance documents. That's October of last year. They've provided information that's not in Sigma, not in the GSP emergency regulations. This new guidance document includes criteria that would warrant preparations of a GSP amendment. So the 5-year evaluations were standalone documents, and now they're saying that if they meet certain criteria, the GSPs themselves have to be amended. So the 5-year evaluation that's underway right now does meet some of these criteria. The guidance document requires GSP amendments when changes are made for the overall management of the basin, including sustainable management criteria, sustainability goals. I'm not going to read all these. Revisions made to projects and management actions, including the additional removal of projects or sustainable yield. Long story short, our 5-year evaluation is expected to update at least these in red right here, which is the sustainable management criteria, the monitoring network, as you just heard with that last contract, sustainable yield, and projects. So we've got a scope from DUDEC to make these amendments to our GSPs. And if you haven't seen the GSP printed out, these are big documents for each basin, lots of tables, lots of amendments, lots of references. So it's a real technical effort to go through every page to make sure they're amended to match what we're finding in the 5-year evaluation. And the scope of work includes the description of the future model scenarios, estimate of future sustainability yields of the 3 basins, the definition of undesirable results if they're changed through the evaluation process, and the projects listed in the GSP and considered in the modeling. The cost for these amendments per basin are listed here on this slide, or I should say per GSP of the basins. And approving this amendment will bring the total contract that we've had in place since 2021, I think, to 1.658 million. This effort is $241,000 for the 3 GSPs. So the recommendation is to receive and file this presentation, and we recommend your board authorize the executive officer to execute an amendment to DUDEC's contract for a new not to exceed amount of the $1.658560 million to prepare the required amendments to the 3 GSPs for those 3 basins.
Thank you, Arnie. Any questions or comments from the board?
Thank you very much. In January 2021, DUDEC was brought in. They have very high quality, high reputation. I'm in support of this, but I would like to know, in your opinion or staff, the quality of their work has not diminished. It stayed at the high level that they've exhibited?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, they are staying at that high level, but I also should note they have not increased their prices.
Thank you very much. That's all I got.
I was going to say thank you for the breakdown by basin. I think that's appropriate in how we should do things moving forward. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the public on this item? Seeing no movement and hearing no voices, returning then to the board, is there a motion to approve the recommended action, including approving an amendment to the DUDEC contract in the amount of $241,150?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
And a roll call.
Chair West?
Yes.
Director Long?
Yes.
Director Berger?
Yeah.
Director Perello?
Yes.
Director Borchard?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on then to item number 10.
Good afternoon, Chair West, members of the board. My name is Dr. Farai Kaseke, and I'm agency staff presenting item number 10, Las Posas Valley Basin Adjudication Judgment Water Year 2023, groundwater annual allocations and initial basin assessments. Okay. So for background, the Las Posas Valley adjudication judgment adjudicates groundwater rights within the LPV groundwater basin, and it establishes and implements the physical solutions set forth in the judgment. The judgment defines annual allocations as the maximum amount of water that a water right holder can be allocated per given year. And the annual allocations are dependent on, at least in part, on the operating yield of the basin. The total allocation basis for the basin, according to Exhibit C of the judgment, totals 41,851.57 acre feet, which is greater than the initial operating yield set forth in the judgment, which is set at 40,000 acre feet. And so this then means that we have to have a ramp down to be in compliance with the judgment to bring the total allocation basis in compliance with the initial operating yield. And that ramp down is about 1,851.57 acre feet. The annual allocations are calculated based on the protocols and formulas that are in Exhibit D to the judgment. The Water Master made these calculations and referred the draft groundwater annual allocations for committee consultation on the 2nd of January of this year. And feedback from the committee consultation noted that 73 acre feet of conditional domestic allocation had been inadvertently included in these calculations, and yet the conditions for that accrual had not yet been met. And this affects three entities: Hyperion companies, Butler Ranch Mutual Water Company, and Del Norte Mutual Water Company. Together, they have a combination of 73 acre feet. Staff reached out to these affected entities to confirm whether they had any documentation to support whether they had met the conditions set forth in the judgment. Hyperion companies and Butler Ranch Mutual Water Company responded and indicated that they would not be requesting conditional domestic allocation for this water year, but reserve the right to do so in the future. We did not get any response from Del Norte Mutual Water Company. Watermaster staff then revised the annual allocations and referred these back for committee consultation on the 8th of February. And these revised allocations, which are item 10A in your packet, endorse the calculations of the meeting on the 15th of February. The recommendation for this is that your board adapt the annual allocations for the Las Posas Valley Basin for water year 2023. This is moving into the second part of the presentation, which looks at the initial basin assessments. The judgment also authorizes the water master to impose a basin assessment to fund management activities. The judgment also states that the water master shall develop a schedule for the invoicing, payment, and collection, provided initial assessment may be levied and invoice separate from and prior to the development of such a schedule. The initial basin assessment shall not exceed $200 per acre foot. And your board adopted resolution number 2023-03 basin assessment of $64 per acre foot of annual allocation for water rights holders in the Las Posas Valley Basin on the 15th of December last year. Despite that adaptation, the water master budget has not yet been funded to date, and part of this is because the annual allocations had not yet been adopted. And so we are more than 6 months into the fiscal year. And secondly, there's work that has already been performed and is being performed in compliance with the judgment. And the water and staff identifies critical pathway requiring funding from basin assessments. And this is the Technical Advisory Committee, the TAC, which is the primary advisory body to the water master on all matters related, on all technical matters to be considered by the water master. I just listed all the committee consultation that the TAC is required to play a part in, and there's 16 of them. I will not go into detail on all of them, but I just listed them as they're listed in the judgment. Therefore, the timing and levying of basin assessment is important to ongoing efforts of the water master to comply with the judgment. On the 5th of this month, the PAC sent a letter to your board, which is item 10B of your agenda packet, and they brought a few points, listed a few points, which are up on the screen, regarding the timing and of the initial basin assessment. First being that it should be paid in installments, and the first installment should be limited to non-duplicative portions of the basin assessment compared to regular FCGMA fees, and that future installments to be invoiced after true-up between the FCGMA fees and, excuse me, and the water master charges. Future installments of basin assessment should only cover non-duplicative portions, and that they would like to see a split payment for water year 2023 going into the third and fourth quarter, and that after water year 2024, quarterly payments should be for all future invoices after water year 2024. While staff appreciates and understands the financial impact on the affected users, basin management in the absence of a fully funded budget disproportionately affects other FCG managed basin users who are basically subsidizing LPV at the present moment as their budget is not funded. Staff is working to true up charges and hopefully will bring this to the fiscal committee and will bring the outcome of that to your board for consideration while also involving the PAC. And we're also proposing to delay the FCGMA fees for Los Pozos Valley Basin until we have this true up and have brought it to the fiscal committee. We are proposing this one-time invoicing to apply only to water year 2023, given where we are in the fiscal year. And the request by the PAC to have quarterly payments might generate an administrative burden for the water master, and instead we're proposing that we have biannual payments after water year 2023, which is consistent with what has been done in the past and how we treat the other basins that are managed by the GMA. Recommendations approve a one-time invoicing of the initial basin assessment for water year 2023. And with that, I'd just like to conclude and say that give recommendations that you adopt the annual allocations for the Los Pozos Valley Basin for water year 2023 and approve a one-time invoice of the initial basin assessment for water year 2023. With that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Farai. A couple. Has anybody done an assessment? I know when we adopted the budget, there were assumptions with respect to every category of expense listed in the budget that formed the basis for the assessment. Has anybody done an assessment to see what has actually been incurred? We're about halfway through that budget cycle. Have we actually incurred half the expense or something near that we contemplated, or are we still guessing?
We're still guessing. We haven't done that as yet. That's what we anticipate to bring to the fiscal committee as soon as we can schedule one and we're
And
ready.
as far as the true up, I think you called it, the elimination of duplication that might exist between the GMA charges and the water master charges, have those been vetted and that analysis complete so that we can remove the charges, and at this stage, I think, remove the charges from either the GMA or the water master fees?
Chair West, if I may. Back to your previous question, we do have a fiscal accounting system of time being spent, so we just have to go for the forensics there to pull out how much is being spent on the water master issues as well. So it's not just guessing at this point. As far as the duplication of fees, the GMA has it has the legal fee, the GEMS fee. It has the just general operations fee, and it has a Sigma fee. The Sigma fee is where any duplication would be, because that's also the basin optimization yield and basin optimization plan, which are required under the judgment. And so that's where any duplication would be. And our plan is to suggest reduction of the FCGMA fee because the water master has to do that basin optimization, or the under the judgment, we have to do the basin optimization yield and the basin optimization plan. And so that's where the redundancy is, and that's where we see the funds being spent.
I'd have to think about that. I'm not sure, I'm not sure that makes enough sense to me. But in the meantime, since we don't know the answers to those questions, I'm uncomfortable billing the entire annual assessment in one lump sum, since in the end, there may be, duplicate charges built into that assessment, and we may have overestimated the actual amount of the budget. As a consequence, I would be more comfortable with billing 50% of that in this installment, reserving the 50% for a future installment when a true-up can be done on that amount to reflect the actual expenses and any adjustments because of duplication of charges. I'm just not comfortable with the lack of information issuing bills on that basis at this point. That's just my thoughts. Anyone else?
So you're agreeing with what the PAC's talking about with recommending a subsequential billing for WY 223 at a third and a fourth quarter?
No,
April and
I'm
July?
suggesting there be, instead of quarterly billings, semi-annual billing, at least for this year. Hopefully, as the years progress, we have better budget forecasts and we've discussed some of this before. I've discussed some of this before with staff. I'm not even sure this needs to be a staff task. This would seem to be a type of thing, given the simplicity, once the allocations are adopted, a task that could be outsourced to an accounting firm or a billing firm who can generate bills and include installment payments that, with whatever fees those get accompanied. This all doesn't have to be done by staff going forward, but at least immediately. I guess my concern is the vagaries in the data and in the information, both the vagaries upon which the budget was assessed, or the assessment was issued, and the vagaries with respect to whether there is or isn't any duplication and how much. So that's why I'm not, given that, that's why I thought the alternate approach, yeah.
And just in thinking about that, paying bills, it's very hard to do it. It's easier on a quarterly basis so that you can budget and you can plan for the upcoming than versus semi-annual. So I would go with more of the the quarterly, but we can also ask the PAC to get their input.
Sure.
Staff, or Chair, if I might, I'd like to drill down a little further. Ask Arnie or Farai, can you detail what kind of work the staff has been involved in water master tasks? What exactly has that been? In my mind, I'm thinking it's reviewing the judgment and understanding its timelines and data requirements and and, all the various requirements that's in the judgment. It's a significant departure from the way we've done business. Am I missing anything else? That,
In addition to, you're right, in addition to what you have just listed there, because our current database for FCGMA is based on the wellhead, and with the judgment, we're moving into a different system, which is based on the parcel. We cannot just use the same system for that. And so there's development of a completely different database that will be able to accommodate that. So that's one of the tests that is going through with that. There's also a review of the next steps of what we need to do within the judgment, the transfers that are going to be required. How are we going to account for all of those? How are we going to process all that information? So there is some stuff within the judgment that is not apparent at the moment because we're not dealing with it. But as we start looking further down the line, in terms the things that we're going to bring to your board to kind of go over some of this. The judgment talks about water rights holders reporting their total extractions, but at the same time, it also says that they have to report the actual water use. And so that, in my mind, then brings in the question of, do we have flow meters for all these people or all these water right holders that we did not have previously connected to that, whether they were reporting under one flow meter. Now, because they have to report their actual usage, that means they should have their own flow meters if they're making any direct report to the water master for us to be able to do the accounting that's required within the judgment. So there's several nuances that are within the judgment that we're still figuring out. And so it takes a lot of time just to figure out what's going on and how we can best be prepared for that.
I appreciate that, Fry. Thank you very much for
You're welcome.
some of that I hadn't thought about. And so, just for the board's understanding, the Las Posas Valley is largely comprised of permanent crops. As such, those farmers at this time of the year have no money. They've paid all their expenses, and so we, as we go through the year, we begin to get advances on the crop from our packing houses. And those begin typically in the spring, and they're phased throughout the year. And so we, particularly in the most recent years, when we've had a devastating lemon market for the last 2 years, a lot of those permanent crop growers, many of them lemon growers, are finding themselves with empty pockets, looking at a very large bill. And so I think that's one of the main reasons that you may not have heard behind the request for a quarterly billing. It's just a way that that local community can make it come together. I just would say that though I am appreciative of the work staff has done in analyzing this judgment and figuring out the way we're going to move forward, I would still contend that it seems to me not a lot of agency resources have been spent to date. And so I don't know if I agree with Chair's suggestion that 50% represents an adequate number of making the agency whole. In my mind, that's for sure a maximum, because certainly we need some funds going forward to fund these the TAC committee and some of the other things that are required in the judgment. But I'd ask us to be thoughtful about that, because it's a very large chunk of money that many growers are going to have to borrow to pay.
Dr. Kazari, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your
You
name.
can just call me Farai.
Doctor, thank you very much for your presentation. You mentioned one thing about the checking, making sure that the accounting was correct I appreciate that. Trust is something that has to be earned and kept, and I appreciate that. Thank you for your work. Thanks for your explanation.
And I would also just like to add that for the Las Posas Water Master, whatever funds are collected are going into a separate account that is going to be audited as required by the judgment every year. And then I think it's after you have a more detailed audit after 2 or 3 years. So every fund that's not spent, every amount that's not spent will be kept in in that account and will not be used for any other purpose except stuff that has to do with the Los Pozos Valley Basin and will be fully audited.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Any questions or comments from the public on this item? Thank you, Farai.
Chair West, members of the board. For the record, my name is Robert Grether, and I'm here today in my capacity as Vice Chairman of the Las Posas Policy Advisory Committee. Staff has recommended that your board take 2 actions today in its role as Water Master. The first, to adopt the annual allocations for water year 23, and the second, to approve the one-time assessment of $64 per acre foot of allocation, both outlined in 10A. As the staff has noted in its letter to your board at its meeting on February 18th, the PAC reviewed and unanimously approved the revised Las Posas groundwater allocations for water year 23. The annual allocations the PAC reviewed at its meeting on the 18th match those in 10A, so no issues there. We're here to support the first of those 2 actions. The second concern we have has been echoed by a number of you, Chair West, Director Borchard, is the recommendation to approve the one-time assessment of $64 an acre foot at this time. As you know from item 10B in your packet, in the PAC's February 5th letter to the Water Master, the PAC made a different recommendation, specifically that the PAC unanimously recommended that the initial assessment billing for all clearly non-duplicative expenditures to date be issued upon reconciliation of expenditures to date in consultation with the PAC, and that subsequent billings for water year 23 be sent at the 3rd and 4th quarters. So we're all on the same page. But I want to give you a little background of how we came to make that recommendation. It was large part informed by comments made by the staff and members of the board at the December special meeting, and by comments made by the Water Master's representative, Dr. Kaseke, at PAC meetings. I need to share a quote from that December 15th meeting from Kim Loeb regarding the capabilities of the county systems, that the county has a sophisticated timekeeping system. We only charge for the direct time for specific tasks through the timekeeping system. So if it is Fox Canyon normal work, it goes against that budget, it goes to those codes. And if it is time that is going to a Water Master task, that is in this budget, then that gets charged the Water Master Fund. And the same thing for consultants or contractors. They will be charging to 2 different funds. Mr. Loeb went on to say that it is really important to keep this distinction for your board and for the water rights holders who will be paying this assessment. These funds are managed separately. There's a bright line on how we will identify those tasks and with which funds, which fund they get charged to, with no intermingling of funds. And Mr. Loeb went on, finally, to pledge that, quote, we will schedule a fiscal committee early next year to start comparing the tasks and requirements in the 2 and look for potential duplication and make recommendations to your board. My impression was that the board was satisfied with staff's clarification regarding the capabilities of the county's accounting system and staff's pledge to have the fiscal committee review expenditures to date earlier this year. I shared Director Perello's thoughts at the time that it is, quote, bizarre that we set the fee before the fiscal committee has an opportunity to weigh in on it. But in the end, it seemed acceptable to approve the Water Master budget so long as proper review was done prior to the first assessment being collected. Similar representations were made by Dr. Kaseke at PAC meetings. The PAC also believed its recommendation to pace assessments based on the analysis was responsive to the concern expressed by multiple directors that GMA funds be collected from all basins, not be used to cover water master costs in the Las Posas Valley. To quote from the PAC's February 5th letter, the PAC recognizes that the GMA budget has been carrying water master expenditures since work began in the wake of the judgment execution in July 2023. And later in that paragraph, the PAC considers it reasonable for the water master to be mindful of its cash flow and not incur costs well ahead of when it collects assessments. And so with all this in mind, the PAC made a recommendation to charge that initial assessment following review. The PAC agrees with the statements made by the staff in its letter to the board that the management of the basin at insufficient levels disproportionately affects other FCGMA managed basin users who will continue to subsidize the cost and do not directly benefit from this action. And the PAC agrees that there must be water master funding in place to compensate members of the Technical Advisory Committee, which should be constituted as soon as possible to meet the deadlines imposed by the judgment. So in summary, the primary reason the PAC does not recommend you approve this one-time full assessment of $64 per acre foot is because staff has not yet completed the ostensibly straightforward task of analyzing expenditures to date and presenting it to the fiscal committee. The second reason the PAC does not recommend the full assessment be charged today is because the $64 per acre foot will raise $2.56 million, and for the life of me, I cannot figure out how even a fraction of that has been spent to date or will be spent in the next few months. I would ask whether the staff, and it echoes what you've asked too, is can the staff provide a rough estimate of expenditures to date and show the corresponding work product? The third reason that I don't believe you can approve this assessment or maybe even any assessment today, as outlined in 10A of the packet, is because is a technical matter. The annual allocation schedule the annual allocation in 10A lists 328 water rights holders, their annual allocations, and their assessments. However, 188 of these water right holders are mutual water company exclusive shareholders and per the judgment are not responsible for paying the basin assessment directly. Per section 4.71 of the judgment, the mutual water company shall ensure compliance with the judgment. This obligation encompasses the reporting of groundwater use to the water master and the timely settlement of all basin assessments. So nearly 60% of the annual allocation holders listed in the schedule in 10A, as presented by the staff, are not responsible for paying those basin assessments. And so publishing it, I believe, could be, or any portion of it, could be quite confusing. Could also severely delay the collection of fees from the mutual water companies that are serving as agent for those mutual water exclusive shareholders. And down the road, could become a bit of an accounting nightmare if you're trying to clean that up. And it would be inconsistent with the judgment. I'd also like to note that the annual allocations and basin assessment document in item 10A in your board packet was not the same report presented to the PAC. The report presented to the PAC only had the annual allocations and omitted basin assessments. Had basin assessments been presented to the PAC, we would have alerted your board to this issue in our February 18 letter. Furthermore, the staff could have easily generated a report with basin assessments appropriately assigned to mutual water companies in time for this meeting. On January 1st, I provided the water master a fully functional Excel model which aggregated mutual water company exclusive allocations to determine their respective aggregate mutual supplies of their mutual water companies, and with reports ready to print. So in summary, on behalf of the PAC, we recommend that the initial assessment not be levied until the fiscal committee reviews expenditures to date. Second, that assessments be paced either quarterly or perhaps semi-annually, as the chair has suggested, to match expenditures. And third, that the report of annual allocations and basin assessments be updated to show the mutual water company aggregate annual supply and corresponding basin assessments to be in compliance with the judgment. I appreciate the complexity of implementation of the judgment and your board's willingness to work with the PAC and stakeholders to find solutions that are transparent, reasonable, and responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Anyone else?
My name's Laurel Servine. I represent Burlwood and the PAC as well. And we had some thoughts and comments on the current proposed assessment. The single billing recommendation for the basin assessments, it's not clear why this recommendation is being made in spite of all the work the PAC has done to suggest a solution that's relevant to the current status of the pending budget review and meets the goal of sparing the shareholders from paying duplicative and burdensome expenses. Thinking about the future of the Las Posas Valley, if there are unreasonable and unchecked costs levied on the farmers, there's a risk of losing small local farming in this valley, which would have a negative implication for all of us, including changes to land and crop values, taxes, cost of water, and more. I joined the PAC so that I could be a voice for the farmers and hope to make a difference in this area. In terms of the non-duplicative charges, if we consider the salaries for the TAC, which hasn't even been approved yet, and the TAC administrator as the only verified new charges for this year, since Fox Canyon is already charging for the infrastructure, basin studies, et cetera, with the current extraction fees that we already pay, we have an estimation of what the salaries and the first year's assessment could look like, assuming 10 hours a week for each TAC member and 12 hours a week for the PAC administrator and the TAC administrator, maybe 7 hours per week for the PAC administrator that had to do anything technical. We came to a total of $700,000 for 40,000 acre feet, which is approximately $17.51 for the allocation right now for the PAC and the TAC. We have a table, which I won't bother to go through, but we went through it carefully, thinking about what the current costs could be. Another concern that I have, or we have, is regarding the question of collecting the money from the mutual, having the mutuals pay rather than billing the WMID holders directly. I would push back on that because we feel it puts the mutuals at risk for collection of the assessments, specifically when the fees could potentially increase to $200. It's expected that some shareholders may default on payments. As was stated earlier, the lemon market is terrible. Farming has been pretty expensive the last couple of years with not a lot of money coming in. So we're concerned that the shareholders whose farming activities can't pay, they become unprofitable. And when enough shareholders stop farming, the mutuals could potentially go bankrupt. Also, if the mutuals end up in a delinquent status because shareholders aren't paying due to unpaid assessments, they will not be in good standing with Fox Canyon and could lose the opportunity to participate in the water market allocation and transfer programs. The basin assessments should be billed and collected by the water master as stated in section 7.1 of the judgment. Authorized assessments, water master shall set, levy, and collect basin assessments and fees from the water rights holders in the described below. So we say that the mutuals are not supposed to be responsible for collecting directly. Everyone that's got on a WMID should be billed. The water master has the capacity to do that. They're doing it for the hybrids already. The other item of note is, well, all right, we won't go on to that, but anyway, so we want to see the information about the sections referenced below. Please refer sections of the final judgment about assessments, section 7.1, section 7.2, and section 7.6. Section of the Water Master Rules, Exhibit A, about assessments, section 2.18 and section 0.2.82. So that is, that would be what I would push back on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Chair West, could I just make a clarification?
Of course.
On something? Mr. Grather indeed did provide a spreadsheet that had his calculations. We're grateful for that, but you also have to take into account that we cannot just take him on his word on that. The staff has to make sure that it is correct and consistent with what we had already started working on. So whereas his was ready to go, we still had to go through the motion of making sure that what we then present to you is correct and accurate. It's not saying there's anything wrong with Mr. Grather's calculations or his offer to help, but we have to do our due diligence before we present things to people.
Well, the means of by which the assessment gets administered isn't a concern with what's before the board. What's before the board are two questions. One is approving the assessment schedule, and the second is determining what assessment gets billed, who it gets billed to, how it gets billed to. Consistent with the judgment is staff's work. That's not something the board's going to do. That's something that you're going to figure out. So while I appreciate all of the discussion concerning what's in a schedule and what's in a revised spreadsheet, really doesn't inform the discussion that the board's about to have. Thank you. So with that, why don't we take this in 2 bites, since one may be easier to swallow than the other. And the first, with respect to adopting the water year 2023 annual allocations. Again, is there a motion then to adopt those allocations as presented in the spreadsheets from staff?
Chair, I would move we approve adoption of the allocations.
And is there a second?
I'll second.
And let's have a roll call on that motion.
Chair West,
Yes.
Director Long,
Yes.
Director Berger,
Yes.
Director Perlo,
Yes.
Director Borchard.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now, moving forward with respect to the manner in which the assessments get billed, any thoughts, opinions from the board?
I just would say, Chair, that in terms of our action item, it indicates to me that we are to approve a separate one-time invoicing. And we've heard pretty convincing reasons why we should not do it as a one-time invoicing. And I would suggest that we approach it in a different manner. I'll put something out there, and you can see how the rest of the board thinks about it, but it seems appropriate to me that we would do a 25% assessment at this point.
Just for clarification, so that would be quarterlies?
Yeah, what's the plan for the balance of the budget year?
We're almost in March now, so I guess we're pretty close to the first quarter. So yes, I would say quarterly going forward. First quarter being 25% and 25% thereafter.
We're almost at the halfway mark.
Oh, I'm thinking of March being calendar quarter.
You're wrong calendar. So I guess the April 1st would be 6 months into the budget year.
I get the
Is
6
that right? Was
months.
it October 1 for 2023?
The budget is actually based on a fiscal year, so we're more than halfway through the current
so-
fiscal year.
Okay, so the 2023 was from July 1 to current, or July 1 to July 1?
Correct.
Okay, so we're more than half a year into this.
Yeah, that said, I don't think the calendar year necessarily indicates that we've spent half the money. And
Understood?
I still think a 25% number of the total assessment is reasonable at this point.
And just conceptually, I guess, what are your thoughts with respect to the balance? Assuming the full balance is ultimately necessary, what would be your
I guess
suggestions?
that's the other question as well, is we did approve an entire fee of $64. That's already been approved and theoretically collectible.
Well, that's the fee we're talking about.
I know that. But you just indicated that if we collect the entire fee, I think we have to collect the entire fee unless we come back with a separate agenda item to change the fee.
But if,
Of course.
As far as budgets for '24, next budget and this water budget, the next budget, are we going to look at the expenses from this last one and make sure that's where we needed to be? Or we're looking at what we collected and then what the target is going to be for next year? Does that make sense? So say, for example, we collect, our thing is at 64 acre foot, right? And we find out we only spent 10 acre foot, but they've already paid. So is that minused out in the next budget? Or do we go back and say, okay, we're reducing the year's 64 to what it should have been and go from there? I'm trying to clarify that because that depends on when the payments are, is why I'm asking.
The way I would approach it is for next year's budget and next year's assessment, it would be a new calculation based on the work we plan to do and what it'll cost and what we have either owed or rolled over from this year's budget.
So that's where I wanted to make sure that the TAC and everybody understood was if you pay currently, it goes into the bucket. And that bucket is only used for this. And then that gets, if you have income already there minus what you're going to do, then it's the total cost. So that's where I was trying to see where people were comfortable with. So just to think of that when you're
Talking about carryovers.
carryovers, yes.
so Dave, just so that I understand, with the 25%, if we're billing 25% of the assessment March 1, are we similarly billing 25% April 1, May 1, and June 1? Because after that, we're in next year's budget. And again, subject to any amendments that might happen between now and the end of June, but
25% is roughly $500,000. Is that correct, Arnie? I heard Mr. Gruther say the $64 assessment was over $2 million in total assessments.
I think it was about 600, if I recall the number, that's 600,000.
About 640,000.
640,000. We got started on this process late, on this whole implementation process. And in my mind, what I think would be reasonable and would not leave the agency short and would not be siphoning funds from other GMA work would be to assess a 25% fee now and a 25% fee at year end, thereby giving the agency 50% of the $2+ million, $1 million of operating budget to work with. And until we get it sorted out in the fiscal committee with where the duplications are, and I as well feel very uncomfortable assessing the community $2 million without a real solid idea of what's necessary. So let me know what you all think about that.
I'm just a little concerned that we're still guessing. It's a smaller guess, but it's still a guess. And I'm thinking in the alternative, maybe billing 25% March 1st, 25% April 1st, and then not committing to issue any further bills on that assessment after April 1st until the board and the finance committee have revisited that to make sure that it's necessary and supported by the ongoing work of PAC and TAC and the board. But because what I don't want to wind up doing is, so we bill 25% now, we bill 25% at year end and find out there's another 30% that we should have billed that now gets added on to next year's assessment, so everybody's looking at bigger bills in the future. That's
You know, a 30-day separation between the payments doesn't help the stakeholders really at all.
No.
Yeah.
I have a question, just, counsel. The first part of this item was to receive and file. We did that. The second part was to adopt a water year annual allocation. What exactly did that mean that we have done? How far down the road have we gone with this number 2?
That approved staff's adjustment to the allocation basis set forth in the judgment to reflect the ramp down that Farai described during his presentation.
And is there a dollar figure with number 2?
Number 2 being the assessment. Yes, that's where the dollar figure will be applied to the allocations that your board has approved at the $64 per acre foot.
So number 2 is the $64, and number 3 is how we're going to collect it. We
I'm
do it
sorry,
one shot, quarterly, or whatever.
I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood. In December, your board approved a budget that supported an assessment of $64 per acre foot. What we're now discussing is the timing of when that assessment will be collected.
Thank you.
And if I may add to the discussion on timing, a concern I have is that the judgment has many deadlines and many mandates for this agency to meet. And the decision in December was based on staff's estimate of the cost of meeting those mandates. And so if there's a delay in collecting those assessments, that could impact this agency's ability to comply with the judgment. It could have ramifications in the litigation.
Thank you. And that gets back to, ladies and gentlemen, there was nothing to report at a closed session, but the first part of closed session was all about this and what's going on. And I do appreciate the fact that nobody wants to pay money. But when there's obligations, unfortunately, Mr. Mulhart is not here. Mr. Mulhart continually would say, wait till the bills come in, wait till the bills come in. I do appreciate, coming from an ag background, I do appreciate Committee Member Borchard's comments and the other members' comments. There are certain things that the chair has identified we're here to deal with and not some of the comments that have been brought forward by the 2 public speakers. One of them that is eating me is this mutual issue, but apparently we're not here to address that. If I believe Chair West is correct, if you just take a little bit and you wait, and we see how agriculture is, we wait and we wait, and you still got this bill, you've borrowed the money to pay even part of the bill. At the end, if you have a hell of a lot bigger bill, you're going to be in for a real hell of a shock. You're better off paying a fair amount, in my opinion, as much as you possibly can, not as little as you possibly can up front. And I believe, and correct me, doctor, if I'm wrong, please, you mentioned if there's any funds that go into this account that are not used for the items that are identified, it stays in the account. It doesn't get used for anything else.
Yes, it
That's
stays in
correct?
that account, yes.
Okay. I would, and again, it gets back to trust. My opening comments under my my committee members' comments. Trust is something that has to be earned. We're here because of actions parties took, and there's a cost. And we can't just go, well, I can't pay for it. I think one of my council members, not council members, Supervisor Long said, you're going to pay, right? Something to that effect. You got to pay to play. You're in the dance, you got to pay to play.
I said you either pay now or you pay later. So if we pay half, if we collect half now, and then we go through this budget system, we're going, to if it costs more, we're going to have to pay the rest later. That's what I said.
I stand corrected.
Let me throw, I guess, another suggestion out. As we discussed earlier, a March 1 billing 50% of the assessment with the plan to bill the remaining 50% on June 1, subject to adjustments the board might make to that assessment based upon these accounting that we've discussed already.
So legally, it seems like once you've made the decision to approve the $64 per acre foot, you have to stick by that $64 per acre foot. And as far as changing that number legally and the ramifications of doing something like that, you know, you would absolutely need some kind of interpretation to see what your rights are in order to do that. I don't know if you need to have a hearing or if you need to have whatever it might be in order to do that, but at least you have a number that's, you know, in the budget. You know, the budget itself is a living, breathing document that moves up and down as to how the expenses go one way or another. And so budgets are always adjusted throughout the year depending upon what needs to be done and what's not going to be done. What I do understand is that it seems to me that there's a lot of uncertainty in the minds of the directors here as to how to handle this. It's not a unanimous comments that I've been hearing. One of them is that we need to work with the growers in order to not hit them with this huge fee up front, not even knowing how that money is going to be spent because we're almost at the end of that fiscal year already. There's no way they're going to spend all that money within the fiscal year. It's going to be carried over. So we've heard a lot of discussion about that. We've heard discussion about maybe not charging the full amount, but I don't think legally you're allowed to do that. I think once you've approved it, you have to do it. And so the other question is, do we do 25% now? Do we break it down into different payment, I guess a payment program that you would have? I don't know if legally you can carry the balance over into the next fiscal year or not, if it's not all paid in this year. I don't believe you can do that, but I think that's a legal interpretation that needs to have an answer to if you can do that or not. But that certainly will increase the amounts for the following year as well, so you'll see that go up. And that could dramatically affect, you know, how the growers have the ability to pay the money back. But I think that the one thing that I hear, the common denominator here, is that the $64 in one fell swoop is not advisable and not agreeable. That there needs to be a way of working it out so that the people that are paying the bill are not hit so hard with this huge amount up front. And I think that needs a little bit of further discussion, as well as the fact that you don't know what that money's even going for because it's so late in the year as far as what programs and how it's going to be spent. You don't believe that you can spend all that money immediately. So there is going to be some carryover on it. And so why is the billing so high when it's not even going to be spent within the next 3 to 4 months? So I think the 25% now, but how is it going to be the rest of it? And I certainly don't have the answer to that, but maybe there's some recommendations that can come back in order to look at a favorable way of being able to have those assessments presented.
Does Arnie have a suggestion?
We have staff's recommendation, but I appreciate the comments that we've been hearing today, and we're willing to adjust to your board's direction. And one reminder, March 1st is this Friday, so.
Well, I mean, effective that date, if it's, let me try to move this along, and I'll propose a motion and see if it gets any traction. And is that we authorize the staff to issue a billing on the assessment for 50% of the assessment effective March 1st, with the balance to be billed in a supplemental billing on June 1st. And between those times, staff will report back to the Finance Committee and the board concerning adjustments and actual expenditures so that we can see whether or not a revised assessment should issue that would actually lower the assessment and either extinguish or reduce any subsequent, that June 1st billing.
I would second that, and just to comment so public knows, I went back to December 15th meeting agenda, and the TAC letter did agree with the 64 acre foot, just so that people know. Back then, that was agreed upon based on the information we had. So I think this is a good compromise, is why I'm saying that. So thank you, noting the presentation today.
If there's a motion and a second, any discussion on the motion?
One comment, Chair, and that was just perhaps a slight correction for Director Perello. In my case, and I think many, it's not so much a trust issue of sending a big check. It's just an allocation of capital and what makes sense. And none of us like to pay advance tax to the IRS. As last time I recall, they don't pay interest either.
You're right, they don't. I can attest to that. All right, there's a motion and a second. We need a roll call.
Chair West.
Yes.
Director Long. Director Berger.
Yes.
Director Perello.
Yes.
Director Borchard.
No.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item number 11. Farai, I guess you've got that one as well.
Yes. Just to update that, this is actually just an update on the Las Posas Valley Basin Adjudication Technical Advisory Committee, the TAC, which is slightly different from what's on the agenda. So the Technical Advisory Committee is the primary advisory body to the LPV Watermaster on all matters requiring technical expertise. The LPV adjudication judgment defines at least 4 members in the TAC, 3 permanent voting members who consist of the administrator and a representative from the East and West constituencies to be compensated from the basin assessment, and 1 non-voting member who is the Watermaster. The voting TAC members must receive consent to appointment by Watermaster, which consent shall not be withheld absent demonstration, of course. The PAC got together and had their vetting process and selected their candidates and submitted those and notified the Watermaster of their TAC nominees in a letter dated, I got the date a bit switched, on the 16th of February this month, which is item 11A on your agenda packet. Staff is still going through the process of contracting the TAC nominees, and so we hope to bring those back to your board for their appointment later on.
When later on?
We'll probably do that at the March meeting,
There's a meeting March 8th. Can we
March
have it
8th.
then?
I'm not sure. We're trying to work as fast as we can to try and get this done. So if we're able to do that, we'll put it on the agenda. If not, that'll make it the regular meeting scheduled for the end of the month. And these are the TAC nominees that have been submitted to the Watermaster. For TAC Administrator, we have Chad Taylor. The representative for East Las Posas Management Area is Tony Morgan, and the West Las Posas Management Area is Robert Abrams. And with that, I will take any questions.
I have a question, Dr. Fry. What's the holdup with recommending this group of individuals for TAC?
It's just going through the statements of economic interest and drawing up the contracts. That's what we need to do.
Do they actually submit contracts to us? Because we have to pay them?
We have to have a contract. Or can I
Name-
Sorry to
I'm
interrupt.
because the names look good, so then what other things besides looking at who it is
Yeah,
we
you're,
have to do?
when we come back, your board will be approving contracts with them, and that's we have to both vet them and then draft those contracts and get them through our process.
Okay, so we got them February 15th. They've got to run through county council and your office to make sure everything's listed correctly?
Right, and we're still waiting for some documentation from them. Am I correct, Farai?
Not from them, from county.
Oh, okay, on our end.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. It's good for all of us to understand what the vetting process is. So I appreciate that.
Does county council have anything to add to that?
No, that was accurately stated.
Thank you.
Any questions from the public with respect to this matter? All right, this is a receive and file only. Thank you, Farai. Let's move on to item number 12.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Jason Kanger, Assistant GMA Counsel. Here to provide a presentation and update on amending the OPV allocation ordinance in light of the City of Oxnard's lawsuit against the GMA. I do have a number of slides. Oh, this is working. And so I am going to try and go through them quickly with briefly touching on the background, the claims in the case, the court's decision, a couple issues or areas of issues for your consideration, and then we'll move into the proposals that the parties are currently evaluating and working through. So just by way of background, the GMA adopted the OPV allocation ordinance in October of 2019. The city filed a lawsuit challenging that adoption in December of 2019. Briefing was extended several times during the period between 2020 and 2022. The case was transferred from Ventura to LA Superior Court. GMA during this time also sought to relate and consolidate the case with the OPV adjudication once it was filed. All that resulted in the delay that occurred between 2020 and 2022. Eventually, the case was briefed during March, April, and May of 2023, with a court hearing following the briefing held on June 3rd. The court issued its decision in the middle of last year, in June of 2023, and the final order, the writ of mandate, was issued in August of 2023. As briefed, the city's lawsuit includes 3 claims. That the GMA's adoption of the ordinance violated Section 106 of the Water Code by including a preference for agricultural operators and agricultural water use. That the adoption violated Section 702 of the FCGMA Act by regulating the city more strictly than other operators in the OPV basins. And that it violated CEQA's environmental review requirements. The Los Angeles Superior Court's decision, the LA Superior Court decided that the ordinance violated Section 106 of the Ordinance Code. It ordered the GMA to set aside the offending provision. The court also decided that the ordinance violated Section 702 of the FCGMA Act by regulating the city more restrictively than other operators. And it ordered the GMA to rescind or revise the ordinance provisions that violated 702. But the court decided that the ordinance did not violate CEQA's environmental review requirements. The original deadline for returning a writ, i.e. an amended ordinance that satisfies the court's order, was February 8th of this year. After meeting with the city to discuss options in December 2023 and January 2024 of this year, or 2024, your board directed staff to work with the city to agree on an extension to that deadline. The parties submitted a request in late January to the court, and the court ultimately approved that in the end of January, beginning of February, such that the new deadline is now April 8th of this year to return to the court with an amended ordinance. That schedule requires your board to adopt an amended ordinance that satisfies the court's judgment at the March 27th meeting. So let's talk specifically about the two areas that the court found the ordinance to violate the law. Section 106 of the Water Code states California's policy that water use for domestic purposes shall be the highest and best use of water, and that the next highest use is for irrigation, agricultural irrigation. Section 10.2 of the OPV allocation ordinance says specifically, it's the intent of the board to establish a minimum allocation for agricultural operators based on the sustainable yield and to exempt minimum allocations from the reductions contemplated in section 10.1, which is the ramp down provision, until such time as the board determines that a reduction of the minimum allocation is necessary in order to facilitate implementation of the OPV GSP. The court found that section 10.2 states an intent to protect agricultural operators and thus prioritizes irrigation over domestic purposes in violation of the Water Code provision.
Question. You're mentioning the Water Code. That's state law, correct?
Yes, it's the California
Thank
Water
you.
Code, I'm sorry. Oop. I'm sorry, it's going the wrong way. So upon finding that the ordinance, specifically section 10.2, violated the Water Code, the court ordered the GMA to set aside section 10.2 of the ordinance. Currently, section 10.2 is merely a statement of intent regarding ramp down. Neither the GMA nor your board has made any decision on the method or schedule for ramping down allocations in the OPV basin. So setting aside that provision of the ordinance will not impact current GMA operations. So as amended, I'm sorry, any amended ordinance that the agency files with the court must delete section 702. So any proposal that we bring back to your board at the March meeting will include the striking or the deletion of 10.2. The other basis for the court's decision was that it found that the ordinance violated section 702 of the GMA Act. Section 702 provides that the availability of supplemental water to any operator shall not subject that operator to regulations more restrictive than those imposed on other operators. The basic gist of this provision / analysis here is that the city purchases water from Callegas. Callegas surface water is supplemental water for purposes of section 702. Therefore, because of its purchase of Callegas water, the ordinance cannot subject the city to more restrictive regulation. That's the basic analysis that is the city's claim here. Section 6 of the ordinance establishes extraction allocations for all OPV basin operators based on their average annual extractions during a 2005 through a 2014 base period. So it sets allocations for all operators in the basin. But it also contains two provisions that establish different allocations for some operators, specifically the Conejo Creek project provisions that provide in a specific different allocation for Pleasant Valley County Water District, as well as a separate provision that is called the Santa Clara River Flex provision, which is afforded to United Water Conservation District as well as Pleasant Valley, and it provides certain allocation flexibility based on the availability of Santa Clara River water in any given year. So let's get in a little bit more specific about the Conejo Creek project as well as the Santa Clara River Flex program. The Conejo Creek project essentially codifies a variance that increases Pleasant Valley's allocation based on the finding that during the base period, groundwater pumping within Pleasant Valley's service area decreased by the amount of surface water delivered by the Conejo Creek project. Specifically, how this provision operates, it increases Pleasant Valley's allocation by an amount equal to the average annual surface water deliveries that it received from Conejo Creek project during the base period. But it requires that allocation in any given year be reduced by the amount of Conejo Creek project water that Pleasant Valley actually receives in that year. So what's going on there is that Pleasant Valley gets a base period allocation, an allocation based on the groundwater that it pumped during the base period. But then it increases that allocation based on the average amount of surface water deliveries that it received from Conejo Creek project water. So it receives an increased allocation. In any given year, that allocation, that increased allocation, is then adjusted by the amount of water that is actually delivered to Conejo Creek. To PV by Conejo Creek project. In contrast, the Santa Clara River Flex program provides a flexible allocation to United and Pleasant Valley. It's based on the finding that in any given year, deliveries of Santa Clara River surface water to customers via the PV pipeline as well as the PTP pipeline reduce these customers' groundwater extractions groundwater extractions during the year. So in years when Santa Clara River water is less than what was available on average during the base period, United and Pleasant Valley's allocations are increased by an amount equal to the difference between average base period Santa Clara River water availability and actual Santa Clara River water availability during that year. So it allows more groundwater to be pumped in dry years. Separately, at the same time, in years when Santa Clara River water is more abundant than what was available on average during the base period, United and Pleasant Valley's allocations are decreased by an amount equal to the difference between the actual Santa Clara River water availability during the year and the average base period Santa Clara River water availability. So it provides flexibility on a year-to-year basis. It doesn't set an allocation. The allocation is set by the previous provision in the ordinance that's similar to all operators in the basin, but it allows flexibility based on the availability of Santa Clara River water. It's important to note here that the program does not require strict accounting. In other words, United and Pleasant Valley are not required to make up the exact amount of water pumped in years when Santa Clara River water is less available with surface water in years when Santa Clara River water is more abundant. So it's not a strict accounting. So any amount that they overpump in one year and then the next year there's more available surface water, they're not required to make up what they overpumped the previous year. The program also provides United and Pleasant Valley, that United and Pleasant Valley's allocations may only be reduced by 50% in order to provide them a minimum allocation. The court found that the ordinance's failure to provide the city with similar allocation flexibility and to cap the reduction to the city's allocation for its purchase of Cayugas water subjects the city to more restrictive regulations in violation of GMA Act 702. So before we get into the proposals that the parties are currently considering and negotiating, a couple general comments and then some specific issues for your consideration. Currently, most proposals are high level. The devil will ultimately be in the details, and actual language still needs to be prepared. Staff's proposals focus on satisfying the court's order. The city's proposal reads the court order as providing the GMA a certain amount of flexibility in how it goes about doing that. Staff has not yet received comments from other OPV Basin stakeholders. We've only been negotiating with and discussing with the city of Oxnard. Specific issues that the GMA staff is rattling with or contending with is how exactly to interpret the court's order and thus how to comply with it. The court's order said specifically with respect to the 702 violation that the agency is ordered to rescind or revise the provisions of the ordinance that violate section 702. So it's our interpretation that any amended ordinance that we return to the court has to address that particular order. In addition to complying with the court's order, we're also very concerned about each proposal's impacts to the basin and whether there's a need to technically evaluate impacts such that we might have to work with DUDEC to our outside environmental and technical consultant to identify impacts to the basin and its current conditions. and how they relate to some of the sustainability goals included in the GSP, potential impact to the GMA's authorities, and then other political implications such as your board's previous directions on similar proposals that are being considered, other operators' requests for similar programs, and one that I left out here is how any change to the ordinance might be related to or affect the OPV allocate, I'm sorry, the OPV adjudication. So now we're going to talk specifically about the issues. I'm going to try, on the left-hand side, there are 6 total. There's 3 from the GMA, and there's 3 from the city. On the left-hand side is, just a quick bullet point of each proposal's elements or characteristics, and then some basic staff comments on each side. So again, because the court's order commanded the agency to rescind or revise the ordinance to comply with or to avoid violating Section 702, one of the most obvious ways to address the court's order is to rescind the entire OPV allocation ordinance. Not ideal, but it's in the realm of options. On the right-hand side, comments, this proposal complies with the court's order. It has the potential, though, to create new Section 702 violations. It would eliminate all existing OPV allocation, OPV ordinance extraction allocations, and it would revert to management under Emergency Ordinance E. The complete rescission of the ordinance does include some potential CEQA issues. And again, staff has concerns about impacts to the basin as well as impacts to the GSP update work and schedule. A modified version of the GMA's first proposal is, instead of rescinding the entire ordinance, rescinding just the offending provisions that are included in Section 6. Again, so we might rescind and delete the Conejo Creek project provision, as well as the Santa Clara River Flex program provisions. This also complies with the court's order, and it avoids an entire or a repeal of the entire OPV allocation ordinance. It also comes with the potential for new 702 issues, and it comes with the potential of new lawsuits from from PV and United. So there's the concern that we might be able to address and settle this lawsuit, but open ourselves up to exposure to another lawsuit. It would not, rescinding just the Conejo Creek project provision and the Santa Clara River Flex provisions would not necessarily eliminate all existing base period allocations. There are potential CEQA issues with this approach. And again, staff is a little bit concerned about the need to evaluate this proposal's impact to the basin as well as impacts to the GSP schedule and work at this time. The one proposal, short of rescinding some part of the ordinance or in its entirety, that the agency has come up with is creating a Callegas Flex program. So similar to the Santa Clara River Flex program that provides certain operators on that receive Santa Clara River water some allocation flexibility, we would create a separate program that would provide allocation flexibility to those customers, those pumpers that also have access to Callegas water. It complies with the court's order, but only in part. Again, the court had 2 grounds for finding a Section 702 violation, the Conejo Creek project, as well as the Santa Clara River Flex program. This one addresses only the court's concerns and findings about the Santa Clara River Flex program. But it avoids the entire repeal of the OPV allocation ordinance. It does include potential new 702 issues. It would maintain most of the base period allocations that the ordinance establishes. It would require Callegas customers to make up water in any given year with Callegas water that they overproduce. And this is not something that the city likes about this proposal. Again, staff is concerned about this program and what impacts it would have on OPV basin. I'm not sure why it says flexibility there, but OPV basin conditions and resources, as well as impact to GSP workload and schedule. So now on to the city's first proposal. This is a Conejo Creek-styled program. Under this proposal, any Callegas customer or operator's base period allocation would be increased in amount equal to its base period Callegas deliveries. In each year that the Callegas operator receives deliveries from Callegas, its base period allocation for that year shall be reduced in amount equal to its Callegas deliveries during the year. Again, like so many of these other proposals, this proposal only addresses the court's order in part. It does not address the court's concerns with the Santa Clara River Flex provision. It more or less replicates the ordinance's Conejo Creek project provision. It would increase the city's allocation by more than 12,000 acre feet, which is the amount or the average amount of Callegas deliveries that the city received during the base period. That increase is not based on an amount of reduced pumping due to the Callegas deliveries that the city received during the base period, which is more akin to how the existing Conejo Creek project works for PV. Again, there's no requirement for the city to take water when available. It would increase OPV basin allocations by the average annual amount of Callegas deliveries to Callegas customers during the base period, not just the cities. The increased allocation for all customers may negatively impact the basin. We would want to look at impacts to basin resources and conditions. And again, it might affect in some way the GSP workload and schedule. The city's second proposal is a modified version of the first. The Callegas operator's base period allocation shall be increased in an amount equal to 50% of its base period Callegas deliveries. So instead of the city's base period allocation being adjusted by the complete average of what it received from Callegas during the base period, the city is offering to just increase up to 50% on top of its base period allocation. And then in any year that the Callegas operator receives Callegas deliveries, its base period allocation for that year shall be reduced only after Callegas deliveries exceed 50% of base period Callegas deliveries, and would not be reduced below base period extraction if Callegas deliveries exceed base period Callegas deliveries. This was a proposal that the parties discussed only in concept at the end of their last meeting, and we didn't get these bullet points until we were preparing the board letter, and so we haven't had a chance to really think through all of the implications associated with this proposal. But it does comply with the court's order, but only in part because it doesn't address the Santa Clara River Flex program. It's unclear whether 50% flex up corresponds to any amount of groundwater that was not pumped due to the Callegas deliveries, or it's some kind of arbitrary number. Need to determine the amount of allocation need to determine the amount of allocation equals 50% of the city's Callegas deliveries and 50% of total Callegas deliveries to all customers to determine what the total impact would be to the basin. The amount of increased allocations is not based on reduced pumping to Callegas waters, and the better way to say that is the amount of increased allocations, that 50%, is not based on an amount of average reduced pumping due to Callegas during the base period, like the Conejo Creek project one is. No requirement to limit groundwater pumping or flex down when Callegas deliveries are available. Raises questions regarding whether any benefit to OPV, given the fact that there's no requirement to flex down. The increased allocation for all customers of Callegas may negatively impact basin resources and conditions and has the potential to adversely affect GSP preparation, work, and schedule. And finally, the third city proposal, which is its preferred proposal, is a Callegas conjunctive use storage account. It would be only available to entities with access to Callegas water, and would work in the next couple bullets. If a Callegas operator overproduces its allocation in any years, it would have 5 years to offset that overproduction with either underproduction, water from another storage account, or some kind of transfer. Any amount not offset after 5 years would be subject to surcharges. In addition to that basic provision, if a Callegas operator underproduces its allocation in any year, the amount underproduced would accrue to a storage account and can be used as a credit within the next 10 years. Article 8 carryover provisions would not necessarily be available to participants in this program. This program doesn't comply with the court's order to rescind or revise the provisions that violate Section 702, not even in part. The new program is only for Callegas customers. It essentially amounts to a borrowing program. The offset to be made up in 5 years is essentially you can overproduce during year 1 and then make it up over the course of the next 5 years. It also includes a storage program, more specifically a storage credit program. It creates credits for amounts pumped less than allocations. It would create new administrative burdens related to accounting and tracking overproduction, underproduction, and the need to offset, as well as managing and accounting for storage credits. Borrowing and accumulation of credits may negatively impact basin conditions and resources in the near term. There's a potential impact to GSP workload and schedule. And then this one in particular raises the issue of the OPV adjudication. Specifically, if overpumping is allowed, and if this proposal were to be adopted and any one of the Callegas customers begins to overproduce in year 1, but isn't required to make it up until the 5th year, and during that 5-year period, the OPV adjudication, a judgment is entered in that OPV adjudication, essentially wipes this out. All we have, the impact of the basin is only the overproduction. It would never receive the benefit of the payback. So as the manager of the basin, it's something to be aware of for your board. And that's really it. So if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them or do my best to answer them. Sure.
I have one question in regards to the modeling.
Regards to which one, I'm sorry?
The modeling of any of these scenarios, did the court speak about that, or did you have any more comments as to the modeling? Is that the next step?
There was no requirement in the judgment to model any of the proposals or model any particular amended ordinance prior to returning to court. Our instruction following the court order is to return with an amended ordinance that either revises or rescinds those provisions that violate Section 702.
Okay, I just know that we had a resolution before, separate to this, that when we did do the modeling, we found issues, so that's why I was asking. Okay, thank you.
This item has been brought today basically to advise the board and the public with respect to the progress that's been made and where things stand. It is for information purposes only. This is not a negotiating session. The board will engage in any discussion of alternatives in closed session relating to the litigation, but we wanted to let the public know what's being discussed and get any public reaction, input, questions, comments that the public might have on the matters that council presented, the options that were being discussed. So if there's anyone has any questions or comments, now's the time.
This is really lonely up here today. It looks like no one else is interested in commenting. John Lindquist from United Water Conservation District. Just a few comments to consider, a few thoughts. First, every option on this topic, every option for the allocation ordinance is going to be difficult, as you've seen over the last 5 years. I won't even elaborate on that. It's going to be difficult no matter how you want to proceed. I will add that conjunctive use in our basin is critical, and by conjunctive use, it's using surface water when it's available, either storing it in the ground or delivering it to farmers or other folks. And then when that water isn't available, using groundwater. That's conjunctive use. That's what United has been doing, and Pleasant Valley County Water District has been doing for decades now. It's critical in our basin that we allow that to proceed. And that's what the SCR flex allocation, that's what the Conejo Creek allocation, they both are conjunctive use, essentially. In fact, your agency's 2007 groundwater management plan says that has been the most effective method of fighting seawater intrusion up to that point, and I would contend that it still is today. But that said, Oxnard has been using a lot of and other Kayakis users have been using a lot of imported water over the last decades also, and that has helped the basin as well. Not in exactly the same way, but we support the court's decision and Oxnard's desire to have more flexibility. More flexibility for both farmers and cities in our basin is also critical to their survival. We go through long droughts here, and then we have these really wet periods where a lot of water is available. Folks aren't using much water. So I would argue, again, that having some sort of flexibility is critical to all of our survival. And finally, I would say both of the preferred options, they sound good on the surface. And I was going to come up here and say exactly, it's already, the words have been taken out of my mouth by Mr. Kanger, and that is the devil is in the details. So we really want to see how this translates into language. But we could see, I think there's some hidden challenges to just to just saying, hey, there's a Callegas option, Callegas flex allocation that looks exactly like the Conejo Creek allocation or United's allocation. I don't see how that works out when you start thinking about the details. I don't see how you would resolve that. So looking at Oxnard proposal, it doesn't seem unreasonable to me, and I would really like to see how that would look on paper in terms of an update to the resolution, some actual language. I think that might be the way to go, although again, both the preferred options sound great conceptually.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Oh, there's someone on Zoom. Okay, go right ahead. I didn't know there was Zoom out there today.
Mr. Handy?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, board members. Can you hear me okay?
That's always the first question we hear from anybody who comes in online. Yes, we can hear you. And if I didn't, I wouldn't be able to answer you anyway, so.
Okay, well, that would tell me that something wasn't working properly with my audio. Anyway, I'm glad you can hear me. My name is Peter Candy. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Hollister and Brace, and I represent the Port Hueneme Water Agency with respect to OPV matters. I just wanted to introduce myself, let you know that PHWA is paying attention to the developments on this issue. We're very interested in seeing ordinance language. The reason being is that PHWA is an importer of Callegas water during the base period 2005 to 2014. PHWA imported on an average annual basis around 1,500 acre feet of water. That's each year, 1,500 acre feet of water during that 10-year base period. And therefore has a stake in the outcome of these discussions. And again, we've been willing to allow Oxnard to take the lead in negotiations. Oxnard, of course, is the plaintiff in the lawsuit, and felt it was better for them to take the lead than for us to get directly involved. But again, to echo previous speakers' comments, the devil's in the details. At this point, it's hard to judge the different options available without seeing specific language, but I would indicate that from what we know, the city's proposal number 3, the conjunctive use storage account, makes the most sense. It seems like a reasonable way to move forward. It does not necessarily involve other issues that some of these other options involve. It seems as though it could be something managed by the GMA appropriately. It's something that it seems would not upset the balance of the basin in terms of sustainable yield. Yes, the OPV adjudication can come in and wipe the ordinance off the table, and if operators had overproduced and hadn't made up the difference in their account, that would be a hit on the basin. Certainly, I think it'd be important to see what those numbers look like, and I think we could probably come up with approaches to rectify that in the event that were to occur. So that's as far as I can say at this point, not having seen more details. But again, we're paying attention. It seems that this is all going to come together very quickly. Given the timeline, and there's not going to be a lot of opportunity for revising language, the ordinance, or the proposed ordinance amendments, the text, so on and so forth. I'm a bit concerned about that, but it is what it is, and we'll do our best to get our comments and positions forward to you. So thanks very much for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have of me.
Thank you, Peter. This is a receive and file. We will do that at this time. And before recessing back into closed session, we have an executive officer's report. Is there a motion to receive and file the executive officer's report?
So moved.
And a second?
Is there any other public comments on the Zoom?
That was the only hand I saw.
It was the only one?
There's a motion, and there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, we will recess back to closed session at this time. Thanks, everyone.
you.